Okay, we are back with more Pathologic Bachelor route. I'm probably going to go over the how long to beat for the Bachelor route because of all the reloading and stuff, but I'm hoping that when we get into the later routes, I have a better mental picture of how this game is structured and I can minimize reloading as much as possible. So, railway station's down here? Okay. Yeah, I was just asking how do I get to the Marsh for my last side quest down here. I'm going to try to do that first if I can. I need to take a nap at some point, and the day is running short here, so I guess if I skip a side quest, I can always skip that one. Because the other two are in the same location. Oh, thanks. That's it's because Landstalker is 480p fixed. Pathologic is not. Some bandits and one of them is attacking me. Probably isn't worth it. Just gonna keep moving right now. There's a rat there that I don't want to immediately aggro me. Oh god. Well, so much for that. I don't think I actually got infected there, but go around the other way. Loaded right with a guy throwing a knife at me. Cool. Also rad. Shit. You can get anything you want. Except for Alice. Okay, I thought I would have gotten infected there. I guess not. Let me go back slightly further then. I've been to a place called Alice's Restaurant in California. I don't know if it's the namesake of the song or if it was named because of the song. Let's try to not guarantee aggro from a bandit this time when I save. Still need to avoid the rats and the plague cloud. I think I have an easier way to get down through there. There's just a lot of bullshit down that way, unfortunately. Should help a little bit, I hope. Is a rat on the stairs. I should be a little concerned about. Hey, thanks, Game Saucer. It's the walking game. Appreciate that. How you been? I don't know if I can actually enter this building from this side. If I can't, I'm about to get bit by this rat. I can't. Okay, thank goodness. Oh god. Might not want to be in there anyway, though. Okay. Railway station. Let's give this a try. They should be on. Am I having that problem again? They show on for me. Let me refresh and turn them off and on. Shit. That's what happens when I look away from the game for a second. Do you see them on this time? Yeah, I have the same issue with the rerun playlist. It's extremely frustrating. Like, if a rerun has been running and I've left the dashboard open all day, and the rerun ends and I go into the rerun playlist to remove the videos that are currently in them and add new videos, I'll click delete on the first video and it won't actually remove it. Then I have to refresh the page to be able to start removing videos from the playlist. And then if I go to start the rerun and it, I'm trying to not die here. If I go to start the rerun and I don't get quality options on the first attempt, and so I have to immediately stop it and start it again. For whatever reason, it remembers that the old playlist, the one I was struggling to delete, and attempts to play the old playlist rather than the new one that I just populated. And so I think it's probably the same problem going on with the channel points spheres, that I just leave up the page that lets me turn it on and off. And I guess it times out at some point, even though it still gives me feedback saying that it switched to on. Super frustrating. Yeah, for sure, Game Saucer. I've never seen anything like this game. I wonder if we're gonna see, like, games inspired by Pathologic specifically. Oh, is it that I've been able to walk out here this whole time without realizing it? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Okay, so they specifically gave me weapons, I think. They gave me a special gun to deal with whatever's out here, so let me make sure I have that equipped. I haven't really been using my revolver ammo. Mistake. Further south. Hopefully I can get all the side quests done, rest for a couple hours, and then turn in the main quest. I've been pretty much booking it. I haven't really been dicking around today, although the quest did start later in the day. Alright, so we got some creatures over here. They do not seem friendly. Okay. Butchers too, it looks like. At least their AI likes to leash, that helps. Ooh, I didn't realize you could do piercing shots there. That's nice. Let's save that. Probably could have gotten better if I had waited. Quirine extract. Immunity boosting infusion. Why do they all have that? Oh, each of these takes up a whole slot. Jesus Christ. Kill me. The fuck?
Why are you standing there like a dummy?
It's all been pointless. I'm an idiot. Where's Eva? Is she alive? Mistake, tell me. Received a farewell letter from Eva. She was planning to take her own life at the cathedral. Convinced that a miracle would be there for her, she wanted to jump from the balustrade and fly. And then what? Barely had time to comprehend what had happened, and then the dancer, Ian, appeared. She said the worms were sending their regards. They were thankful I had fed my woman to them. We're even now. Put two and two together and came to the conclusion they were referring to Eva. How in the world is she your woman? She could choose her own life and do as she pleased, but she was my woman. Your woman is Maria. Okay, whatever you say. So what happened to Eva? She jumped off the cathedral. Our cathedral's been consecrated by suicide. What focus? The focus talked about by the Kains? Erecting a construction that can hold a soul is not humanly possible. They only managed to do it once. Okay. That's another story. Are you talking about the Polyhedron? This game is so bizarre. The only thing she was always ready to give her life for is the cause my brother and I have pledged ourselves to. I'm to imbue the building with her soul. Isn't she one of my bound? Does this mean I made a mistake if she killed herself? Someone must have put it into her head, and I think I know who. Okay, so does that quest count as done then? Worm Bride. She wanted to put a miracle into practice and became the living soul of the lifeless cathedral. There's an enormous gap between self-sacrifice and suicide. Okay, so I think I must just miss out on this other item, because I'm not going to be able to get back down here to pick it up. I don't think I have any drugs that I want to dump. I guess I could use a tourniquet. How am I doing right now? Yeah, that would heal me a little bit. Maybe isn't a waste. Let's switch back to one of my knives here. Yeah. I'm interested to see Pathologic 2 very much. I'm really curious to see what all has changed with hindsight about what the game was about. Is Pathologic 2 by the exact same team, or is there like is it like a fan project? It's the exact same team? Okay. Have they made anything else other than Pathologic? And Pathologic 2? Okay, so we gotta go to Peter's house now, and hopefully we'll be able to do both of the other two side quests there. That should get me the Plague Doctor or Executor mask, and the one where I'm reuniting the Inquisitor with her family. And then I think I can go talk to the middle Executor guy and accuse him of being a traitor. By the way, that exact same puzzle, the one person always lies, one person always tells the truth, and one person tells a mix, was the focus of yesterday's Cracking the Cryptic Sudoku. At least a degenerate form of the same puzzle. It's the tiger and the lady. Shit. Cracking up when Simon was solving it. I was telling Andrew, hey, I just did this last week on stream. It's one of those puzzles like the Tower of Hanoi that just shows up in everything, but I've seen a couple different variants of the always lies. Like, I think the one in Labyrinth is different, because it's only 2 characters instead of 3. On a new title releasing soon. Have they finished Pathologic 2? I thought it was just they only had one campaign done and the rest of it was still early access or something, right? Peter's house is all the way up here, right? Ah, they don't intend to add the other routes. Okay, I understand. Yeah, so I remember I asked you a couple times, like, even though it's difficult to talk about without spoiling, whether Pathologic 2 is intended to be played by only by people who have completed Pathologic 1. Got any good shit for sale? I don't even know what kind of shop this is. Could use more of those because it lets me delay the death of people who get sick outside of my control, which happens sometimes. I'm probably just going to deposit these in my house. Or, well, I guess in Eva's house. It's my house now, I guess. The rats are off my tail. Let's keep going north here. see this person very often. Go in peace. Sorry, friend. I already have Mac's reputation from being trash can Batman, so I don't need to do any other acts of altruism. My main act of altruism is stalking the night and stabbing dudes. Maybe next time, if you want to give up my precious drugs to sick people, make 2 separate altruism bars. But I do really like stuff like that second day quest where you're forced to like give up your precious resources to progress the quest, even though you need them yourself to not die. I think that shit's great. Like it feels like it's almost a similar game or theme to Papers, Please. Papers, Please kind of feels like a game about how systems influence and guide our behaviors. And you can begin Papers, Please intent on always following the rules, but as the incentive structure of the game develops, you realize that you're going to have to break the rules a few times to keep your family from dying. Brilliant. Hopefully engenders some empathy in people. Wish this game had a mini-map. Able to dodge knife guys. Recession in Russia, they had to lay off several devs after they released the title. Head writer, producer. Never want to do something like this again, that's too big a task. Interesting.
Oh, Mother.
You brought her here.
Be here with us.
I wanted to reconcile you two. Did you trust her? Did she hypnotize you? Could have ruined us all. Peter's out cold. What if he comes too? Did she interrogate him? Uh-oh. Did I do this in the wrong order? Does that make one of my side quests impossible? Oops. Scary statue. Boo. Alright. Oh, he doesn't look that knocked out. Maybe she's just being overly dramatic. And I can still get my Plague Doctor mask here. Oops.
So, the Inquisitor is a woman. For real.
You're not the master of cremations and burials anymore. Hey, mask time. Okay, so... Mask and the raiment. They've obtained the mask of a thespian and the ceremonial raiment. By wearing these, I'll be able to pass for an executor or even a watcher. Sometimes it's convenient to become a pure function without a face, to take on the position of the puppeteer instead of the actor, which is very consistent with the whole, like, all the world's indeed a stage and we are merely players.
I haven't slept for 3 nights in a row. I don't think I'll manage another one.
I was just complaining about inappropriate barks in like Fallout and Skyrim, where like characters just say things that are completely inconsistent with what's going on, and how it almost universally detracts from the experience in those games. I mean, it makes them funny, but like if the goal is immersion, then having NPCs be guaranteed to say a line of dialogue when you bump into them almost always creates awkward situations instead of feeling organic. But in Pathologic, it's also awkward, but I think that enhances the feeling of whatever the fuck this game is supposed to make you feel. Especially since they seem to just draw from everything they could possibly say throughout the whole game. So they'll have like a voice line when you talk to somebody on day 1 that I guess with hindsight was supposed to be referencing an event that happens on day 9, right? Or whatever. Theomachist. What is that gleam in your eyes? So many bright stars of talent rise recently, you know? Almost all of them tried to single-handedly break the laws of history, nature, and morality. And all treaded such identical paths. What did you talk about? Asked him about the blueprints. He doesn't know what those are, doesn't want to know. Memory loss, staring at walls. Maria burst in tears and ran out burst in, then ran out in tears a minute later. Fight for truth like I do. Oh, vaccine, a weapon, antibiotics. The vaccine is something that I use on myself for temporary protection against the plague, right? Not a thing that I can use to heal people. And the antibiotics are a thing that I can use to temporarily heal people, to talk to them in case they're blocking quests. So I think I want the antibiotics and not the vaccine. And of course I didn't have space for them. Because they're a different kind of antibiotic. Fuck. God damn it. This is a video game.
Yes.
I think this will despawn if I don't pick it up like right now. Actually, maybe it won't. Maybe I can just leave it there. This is a reasonable house for me to return to. Now that my side quests are done, I need to rest somewhere. I think I can go to Lara Ravel's house, which isn't far from here. Rest for a couple hours, and then go accuse the liar. This is... Oh, it's the wrong house. Shit. She's all the way down here. The person I have to accuse is over here, so I guess hoofing it to Lara's house isn't a waste of time. You can check if there's a bed in this house, just in case. We discussed last week that there's a problem wherein... Oh, maybe I can't rest here. Okay. It's 7 o'clock. I just want to rest long enough to not die from exhaustion. There's a problem wherein starting around this day, we basically always have to do the side quest before the main quest, because completing the main quest will effectively end the day and lock out any side quests. Does the day ending also include me resting automatically, or do I need to, like, manage my exhaustion independently from that? When we say end the day, we just end the opportunity for side quests, but I can still run around and be trash can Batman and sleep in randos' beds and shit. Let's see if we can buy some food here. Oh shit. Wrong house, apparently. Just enough to not die in such mood, exactly. I guess I can go find out. I guess if it's just like you turn in the quest and then an event plays and that has no bearing on the passing of time, and then I can still go and like eat and rest and do all of those things normally, that's completely fine if that's how it works. The main issue with Skyrim barks for me is that there's no like prohibition on them saying barks based on whether or not they're like the active quest NPC, which makes things extra confusing. Jet. Other guy saw me. Don't think he hit me there though. Shit. Stepped slightly too close to him. That was going really well until I made that mistake right at the very end. Lockpick. Hey! Diddy Kong Racing I'd be interested in playing at some point on stream. It's not currently on the spreadsheet. You can check the link that's posted there if you wanted to see which games are currently already on the sheet. Those ones you can vote for. But I'll make a note of that one, see if someone who's oh, perfect timing on that bandage. Next time folks are adding stuff to the sheet, I'll let them know that people want to see Diddy Kong. Alright, so we gotta go to the backside of the theater. Try to not get murdered by bandits here. Any water for me? Or bandages for me? Yeah, I love this game's soundtrack. It's iconic. You can also get an initial infusion of voting currency if you redeem the welcome package of an Osdolm. One of the options there. It's only once per account, but that's enough to vote for any game on the spreadsheet. The cost is scaled based on the length of the game, so a super long game like Persona is more expensive to vote for than a short game. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Or there's an FAQ under the stream there. Decided to stop quick saving as much because the risk of me accidentally quick saving twice and fucking myself is extremely high. That was bad right there. Dodging plague clouds. Again. Hey, 2 water bottles. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. You think that rat put those bottles in that trash can specifically to ambush me there? Son of a bitch. And now we wait. Particularly attentive rat. There's another one we gotta dodge up here. And there's apparently a rat that's in this little area, so I'm gonna try to pop into the theater first to despawn it. Then I'll go get my 2 water bottles. Now, I'm like 99% sure that this Executor is the traitor, but I might want to try putting on the outfit just in case that changes anything. Achievement unlocked, stop pointing fingers. Which one are you, by the way? Stoneyard one. Okay, I like leading that thick-headed bachelor pretty dance. Now I will be your dancing partner, good sir. You're coming with me. So this is a way to, like, get the answer more easily, I guess. Video games. Okay, so does that mean she... I think that means she executed him.
You found out everything I needed you to. That will do.
Why was the punishment so quick? I was going to question the executor thoroughly. Or perhaps the poor sap saw it coming, so he jumped off of his own free will. I knew poking my nose into this was a mistake. Well, that's a different loading screen than we've seen before. Is the game frozen? What the fuck? The moment I arrived in town, the Watchers have been here to spy on my each and every step, all in accordance with instruction from the powers that be. I'm an out-of-favor bachelor in over my head. What are they really looking into? So I think that means that it does not advance time. I still have the rest of the day to do non-side questy stuff. But I would be locked out of side quests. God damn it. Like I said, supercut. Post-playthrough supercut of all the times that happens in this playthrough and my reaction to it would be very funny. And I think it would require as much effort as you'd think, because I can just try to tab forward to every loading screen. I opened the door to leave, and there's a plague cloud directly outside the door. I think I dodged it that time. Oh god. What the fuck? Game. Why are you like this? Convince this lady saying, oh yeah, that's my poison. Oh, there's a rat in my... I was gonna fight this guy, but... there's a rat biting me at the moment. It is... she's still here. I can kill you as you zone. Do they have any kind of solution for that in Path of Exile? Like a, invincibility when you zone into a room or something like that? It seems appropriate. Well, I need to rest, because I'm gonna die if I don't. It's enough to not be dead. The pattern continues. I might be able to start the quest for the day before receiving the letter. That didn't work yesterday because I literally needed the letter to progress. I'm trying to decide if I want to rest longer. Probably start trolling the shops for... let's rest for 1 more hour.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your
New mime performance at the theater.
Unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Okay, that means she no longer has useful dialogue. Got it. Deposited the weird drops from... oh, wait. Oh, that was weird. My map was replaced with something different for a second there. Yeah, that's my poison, is what she's saying. Does the... does Vlad Jr.'s map of the infected districts update right away at midnight, or is it not until 6 a.m. the next day? I think it might be midnight. Try to stock up on food some more if the prices are still super cheap. They were yesterday. Sorry, Van Osdell. Diddy Kong Racing's not on my voting spreadsheet yet. There's a couple ways for people to add new games to the list. We do an auction whenever a game wins the vote, and we're going to have 2 deadlines for games later this week. There's going to be one Wednesday and one on Friday, so folks that have enough points can try to bid on the slot, and they can put whatever game they want in the vacated slot. So until it gets added to the sheet, you won't be able to vote for it, just the stuff that's already listed there. You can try to save your SP in the meantime to try to bid on a slot, or if you see a game on the sheet that you'd like to see me play, you could vote for that one now by typing one of those commands. I knew that was there. It still spooked me. Okay, I'm going to try to go to Young Vlad and get a picture of the infected districts. It seems like the burned out districts are still really dangerous. Not as dangerous as the active plague districts, but... fuck. Man, if you, like, picture the hurt box on their knives as being, like... Try it again. It's like a giant box that extends in front of them, like 2 bandit bodies ahead of them. I guess my knife has a crazy hurt box. See if they're even still here when I get up there this time. They might not be. They are. There's a rat back there. Guard gonna fight him or not? No, apparently not. God damn it. He's just kind of standing there. All right, I'll keep my distance this time. Other guard aggro's him. I can go try to let him tank there. There we go. Yay, the clapping child is happy. Ooh, new knife. That's exciting. I haven't had a new knife in a minute. Let me sell the other 2. Okay, we're going to Vlad Jr.'s house to get a plague map. And then I'm probably just gonna troll the streets for a bit, being Trash Can Batman. probably isn't going to end well for me. This guy's able to like stand up and stab me instantly. Yeah. Hooray! Free drugs. You love to see it. What did these drugs do again? Alpha tablets. So, like, I take health damage, and then they make it so I can run through a plague cloud without getting plagued? Or does it, like, get used up really fast or something? Kind of considering most drugs as just being another form of cash at the moment.
I
we go.
am crushed by these walls.
Crud's not going to wait. The crud? Certain informer of mine, a trustworthy source, despite being a worm, has told me there's a flow of fake Panacea coming out of the Termitary. This is encroaching upon my interests. I'm turning to you for help. What are your interests? Panacea will always be in short supply, that much is obvious. My dear friend Barak, the highest authority on this, claims he'll be able to produce 15 batches at best. Are you sure a real Panacea even exists? What do you know about those remedy makers? Backing themselves with my good name, they claim the recipe is mine. Provide proof of authorship. The heart incident has become common knowledge in certain circles, yeah. The heart incident was Barak's handiwork. I had nothing to do with it. Procuring live hearts, of which there's no shortage in the Termitary now, and preparing the potions right in front of their buyers. Interesting. Set up shop in the Termitary. One of the rooms in the long block. I have my work cut out for me, is that? It's a side quest. Panacea Black Market. They substitute a useless fake for the precious solution that many would describe as the epitome of life itself. It's a group of worms in the Termitary who brew some atrocious swill that they peddle for outrageous prices. Okay.
Have you heard? The military.
Get this map again and then take a screenshot. Oh, creepy. That's a thing that happens when I zoom out really far. What the fuck does that mean? It's cool. Okay, hold on. Basically nowhere is safe. The northeast area is kind of sort of safe, but everywhere else sucks right now.
Have you heard?
So we got a quest. Panacea Black Market. Story of the Bachelor is kind of lives a shitty life, doesn't he? Dude's trying to solve the mortality problem. Here's about a guy who's supposedly immortal, gets there, and the guy immediately dies. Now he's got to deal with this. I'm happy to hear it, Zaid. Yeah, I feel like this is like almost the ideal game to consume secondhand. I'm not hating it, playing it myself, like... Despite all the slow walking around stuff, it's playable. And it's interesting. Yeah. I really am anxious to see second generation games inspired by Pathologic. Because I like what Pathologic is doing. I think if this game is in the same genre as Papers, Please, both thematically and mechanically. I think Papers, Please does a really good job of making it clear that the way the game is on purpose, you know, and not just because it's janky or old or low budget. So you boot up Paper Please and you're like, okay, this game seriously wants me to be a passport checking border agent. That's seriously what the core loop is. Got it. But here, a lot of the times, you know, there's that ambiguity where you don't know, can I not sprint because they forgot to add a sprint button? Or is it a very deliberate choice that I'm unable to sprint, you know? And I think that adds to the art in a lot of ways, that uncertainty. But you know me, my big thing with video games is I like being able to see what the developer intent is. So when that's foggy, it's harder for me to appreciate the work, if that makes sense. You can certainly tell a lot of it is on purpose, like the way the days play out is very intentional. I think the whole day 2 side quest, I keep bringing that up, but the day 2 side quest where you have to collect all the things and then it's just a waste of time. That was when the game kind of hinted to me like, oh, okay, I kind of sort of am starting to see where they're going with this. Not tonight. No.
I know how celestial bodies work. I know the
This is really
logic of
quiet in my ear. I'm
numbers.
turning it up.
Yes, Mom.
Solid bodies drown in water. It's a law. Life breaks into particles and is reborn again. It is a law.
Do you see now how many mysteries the Earth holds? The more terrifying the mystery, the deeper it lies, and the fewer wells can reach them.
You can trick anyone but me, the emissary of the powers that be. I know how this world had been built. I know how its life works. I know the laws it operates under. It's supposed to be very simple and proportional.
True, Mom. That's what it's supposed to be.
True, Mom. That is what it's supposed to be.
So let it be.
was
It's
weird.
not the end of the world. It's just an epidemic. It's gone out of proportion. The law will prevail. I'll restore the balance. Not all is lost. I know where the root of this evil lies.
Now it's loud again. I'm turning it back down. Am I still wearing the Executor outfit? I assume that doesn't help me at all with, like, plague resistance. Yeah, Heavy Rain does that too. Heavy Rain can, like, tell if you're using a walkthrough, and if you do everything perfectly, the ending you get is kind of making fun of you for playing it like a video game. I guess I did have them on the whole time. Okay. Mark Hamill. You seem to be unfazed by this whole ordeal. I really, really hope that the lessons that the COVID-19 pandemic have imparted upon us about society and the ability of society to ignore an obvious problem survive, because there's so much fiction, this game included, also like Mass Effect, right? Like, remember when Mass Effect came out, mild spoilers for Mass Effect 2, there's like a threat called the Reapers that the galactic government needs to deal with. And people made fun of the game for not changing the status quo after the existence of the Reapers becomes obvious, right? Like, you go to the government and you're like, hey, the Reapers are coming, and they're like, ah, yes, Reapers. Like, they make fun of you and say, we've dismissed that, that's not a real issue. And they don't do anything about it until, they still aren't really doing anything about it until the problem's right at their door. And before COVID, you look at that, you play that game, you say, that's so ridiculous. Like, there was all this evidence. How could they just ignore it? And now we go, oh. Same for this game. Like, all the people in the town don't really give a shit about taking the sand plague seriously. They're just still out trying to satisfy their own goals, and you play this when it came out in 2005, maybe you're like, well, that's just a cynical Russian developer. It's not what would happen in the real world. Oops. We gotta go to the Termitary. I'm gonna head down there. I also want to try to stop at a food shop if I can. Yeah. Got a rat biting at my ankles here. So I guess my point is that I hope that that remains in our cultural memory when it comes to like interpreting art for generations to come, that we explain to our kids and our grandkids really bad shit can happen, and it can be super obvious, and people can stare at it in its face and completely ignore it. Like, if you see that in fiction, don't discard it as silly. That's completely realistic. Terrifyingly so. Two rats on my ankles. Okay, let's try to find it. There's a food shop right there. Perfect. Is this the one where this one goes into a house with a burglar? Okay, no, that's the other one. Lemons? That's all you got, dude? I don't know when shops restock. I assume it was at midnight, but maybe that guy's just a lemon store. I really need to, like, mark the map with... Like, I have a map over here for the plague map. I need to just mark it with which of these buildings are food shops, because I never remember. Is that food, or is that... Make that out from back here. I have no idea what that symbol is. Broken heart? Oh, tavern. Okay. Shin Godzilla. That's the more recent one, not the Bryan Cranston one, right? The one that's actually made in Japan. Yo. At least he has more than just a lemon. Oh, that's cool. I could see Godzilla being an appropriate vector for that kind of story. Fighting criticism of the Japanese government's response to Fukushima disguised as a kaiju film. Cool. That seems more in line with, like, the themes of the original Godzilla. I know that the franchise kind of became this, like, over-the-top Power Rangers type thing. What are you doing out here? I don't have the time to anyway. I guess this is probably the area where there would be children. I'm still trying to buy more schmouters. I've only had the opportunity to buy one, or maybe I got it from a quest. But I think that the kids that sell it are only out during the day, and they're only in areas that are not either plagued or burnt out from plague, which would basically only describe this northeastern area, I think. Do I have room? Got rations. I have space in every category. Okay, just in case. I should stop over to Peter's house to see if that item despawned or if it's still sitting on the floor. That sounds up my alley. I'll have to check it out. The Schmouter. Yeah. I have source amnesia. I have to look back through the chat logs. I don't know if somebody just revealed that or it was like I got one from a quest and someone was like, don't use that. It was probably because I got infected at one point and thought about, well, I'll just keep playing until I can cure it. That was probably the biggest time loss I've had in the playthrough so far, was reverting a save after getting infected and having to go back like a whole day or something.
There are fine things, old boy.
That item despawned, so maybe if I had had a thing to put it in, I could have saved it. Oh well, I'll keep that in mind. Items stay in containers, but not on the ground. Bummer. I could have taken the gun then, because I had space for a gun. How much time have I lost to all the plague clouds combined? It would be significantly less punishing if the load animation was just a little bit faster. You could see about moving this game to an SSD, but I don't think that's the problem. I assume losing time to reloading plague clouds is like baked into the how long to beat to some extent. I was looking at the percentage completion stats for like the different days, and it's pretty abysmal. I imagine it was even more abysmal before the H-Bomber guy video came out. I still haven't, I'm going to wait to watch that until we beat at least all of the Pathologic 1 campaigns. I don't know if he talks about Pathologic 2 in there. Oh man, look at all this. An embarrassment of riches today. I sell some stuff. I'm not using these alpha tablets, so may as well try to recoup some cash with them. Sell my 0% knives. We doing okay? We still have one space for rations in case I get some kind of weird food later on. So about the long block. I've never actually been able to go inside the Termitary. There's like a door that I've been unable to enter so far. Time lost to clouds. It discusses both. Okay, then I might wait. I know Raker's eventually that this voting spreadsheet entry is just for Pathologic 1 Bachelor plus Haruspex. And then Raker was thinking of adding another one for Changeling route in this game plus the route in Pathologic 2. Seems like the best order in which to do it. Talk to any of these guys. Oh, I can actually go in here. Neat. We got butchers, we got those wormy looking guys, we got presumably plague corpses, which is great. Fantastic. Okay, cool. I'm excited for Psychonauts 2.
Changeling spoke to the foreman.
Shouldn't have
Could
come.
it
It's
be
dangerous
he
here.
had accepted her as one of his kind?
Brewers of fake Panacea are holed up somewhere in the Termitary. Do you know anything about that? An inconceivable villainy. If you notice anything suspicious. Looking for someone they knew. Second floor? Is that them under the sheet? She just... yeah, tore out the heart. Excited to play as the Haruspex. Revolver is a rather capable translator. How do I get inside the abattoir? The gates are blocked with boulders from the inside. When the time comes, butchers roll them aside. What? There's a massive butcher feud. Maybe about 2 o'clock they'll roll away the boulder. They'll let you in after that if the mother allows it. Haven't seen a single butcher die of the sand plague. What are you afraid of? Creepy. Okay, let me add a note to my document here. 2 p.m. Enter abattoir only after talking to Mother Superior. I don't remember. Is Mother Superior the other name for one of the other characters right now? So the Romulan-looking dudes are the butchers. Mandalore did a good talk on the second game? Okay, cool. Talk to these guys? Fuck. It sounded like it was somewhere on the second floor, right? I guess I don't know if that's US or UK second floor. Sweet place for a rave. Hardcore. What's with those dudes, man? Looks like there might be somebody back there. Hardcore to the max. Hey guys, what's up? I can talk to them. Peace to you, Oinan. Here you are, you can of worms. Don't try to sweet talk me, Morlock. Like the creatures from H.G. Wells' Time Machine. I decided what to do with you. There's a lot of people with their hearts ripped out. $30,000, but for you it's free. Dead gruel, never better. All the rot comes out, all the evil hexes come off. Peddling your filth under my name, you scum. Cook the gruel. You let us live, you won't turn us into the mother. Tell you an interesting something. I'm not gonna touch you. Word. Like, I think it's supposed to be like my word is bond or something, but it's like like a 90s rap song. The Bat, Daniil Dankovsky. I'm not gonna touch you. Word. Alright, if I like what I hear, I won't give you away. Boss's son is twice as guilty. We fool around and mess about. He's buying up the real Panacea. Bought it from everyone who got one from Barak. Took from everyone, has it for himself. Vlad the Younger? Bloodsucker. What is the real Panacea made of? Only Barak can make Panacea. Only Barak knows the lines. Boss's son took it all to sell to evil people, to bloodsuckers for iron and gold. Interesting. Tell the mother about this room. You have half an hour to get lost for good. Okay. That's interesting and surprising. It's no better than Bad Grief. That was the mercenary guy that we were going up against before. Okay, so like, am I following this correctly? That the Haruspex is able to make. Is the Panacea actually a cure-all? Like, is it supposed to actually cure the sand plague? I'm not clear on terminology in this game as to like vaccine versus Panacea versus antibiotic. Like, if I get it right, antibiotic is temporary protection, vaccine is temporary protection, Panacea is actually removal, Schmauder is actually removal. Where is he? What is on this side? Yeah, okay, I get it. Disco Elysium's a masterful game. It's definitely one of the best games I've ever played on stream. And it kind of single-handedly reversed my opinion on visual novels. It's not really a visual novel, but it kind of is. I wish more games that were described as visual novels were structured like Disco Elysium. Put it that way.
Changeling spoke to the foreman. Could it be that he had accepted her?
Doesn't have any other comments. I'll have a serum by tomorrow. Blood. Antibodies. I already know what living bacteria look like as well as dead ones. Doc told me about all that. Examine this blood under a microscope. Where do I find you? Oh, I got a new quest. Oh shit. God damn it. Okay. What? Is that an other slot? Let me drop the water. Rock file. Okay. I gotta deposit a bunch of stuff once I get back to Eva Jan's house.
In truth, we're not.
So I managed to get a second quest. I guess I should look up, since we're restricted on how many side quests we're allowed to do, I should try to figure out where they are. I'm lucky that I have 2 of them now before the day has even technically started, right? It's 4:55. I got the first one because I was just talking to Vlad to try to get the plague map for the day. And I got that one because I thought that he was going to have some commentary on what the worm said, but I guess I could have picked that dialogue option earlier. Get out of here. Shit, I actually don't know how to get out of here. Ooh, Disco Elysium inspired tabletop RPG. That sounds awesome. Yeah, just making sure my understanding was correct, that antibiotics are temporary protection and can be used to let you talk to a sick townsperson so you're not locked out of quests. Vaccines are not to be used on other people, but can be used on yourself to maybe not get hurt by plague clouds, but they don't actually cure or prevent the disease in any way, whether it's a white or blue vaccine. And Panacea actually removes the plague in the same way as Schmauders. Maybe. Probably don't need that. Schmauder hurts, Panacea does not. But they both are a full cure. I don't think they should ever make a sequel to Disco Elysium in the same universe. Make another game that has the exact same system with a completely different character and genre. Like, and as a result, a different set of skills since they're not a cop. I think virtually all like direct non-anthology sequels are mildly doomed from the outset. There are some that manage to thread the needle and tell a good story that would only work as a sequel, but stories I think work better when they're self-contained and aren't continued ad infinitum that way. Don't mind anthologies though, like if you want to do 20 different Final Fantasies that all just kind of share similar themes and monsters and spells and stuff, but they're all in completely different universes, that's fine. And I guess continuity doesn't particularly matter for stuff like Mario Brothers or Zelda. Both cure anyone with disease. Okay, thanks for confirming. Ah! Oh, son of a bitch. I think they could maybe do another game in the same world, but just involving completely different... Like, just don't play as a cop, right? Like, don't have it be like a police procedural, solve the mystery type of game. Like, it would be fun to pick basically any other profession and figure out what their skills are, right? But right, once you get in there and you know about the Pale and you know about some of the other stuff in the universe, it'll be less exciting than when you just have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I could see that maybe working. I think the idea that Disco Elysium has this, like, crazy backstory and world building that doesn't, like, materially affect the story in any way is part of its charm. I almost wouldn't want to explore it more. I guess I trust them to do a good job with it if they choose to do something, but... Shit. Almost got infected there because I got stuck on the doorstep. Did not get infected, it looks like. Always worry about that when I'm in a zone transition. It'd be funny if this game actually tracked, like, the store stocks, and if you were being an asshole and buying them all out, that you were preventing other people from getting them. Simulate the toilet paper crisis. I feel like it's tempting to make a version of this game where it's very, like, choice tree based, where, like, talking to people has a huge impact on their behaviors throughout the rest of the game. And I think that sort of thing only works in a game where the player can't know the actual material impact of their choices or whether their choices actually have any impact. Because, like, you don't want a game that's only playable if somebody pulls up the wiki and says, oh, if you say this thing to Eva Yon, she has a 50% chance to buy out all the lemons from every store in town, right? Like, that kind of robs it of its mystique, but I feel like it's hard to make a game that has that sort of, like, system underneath the hood where that system isn't necessary to manipulate to be successful in the game, right? Because I would hate having to actually follow a guide and choose all the right dialogue options. It seems like this game lets you make mistakes without soft locking yourself, which I appreciate. I gotta look at this blood sample. It's pretty different from my earlier blood samples. Okay, so we know that looking at this is an event flag, even though there's no like writing in my diary to suggest that that did something. I know that it did because it has in the past. Okay. Want to have more space available. Deposit stuff that I only have one of, I guess, since I'm not already holding a significant stack of it. Need to rest, but I think it's coming up on 6 a.m. Oh, it is 6 a.m. Guess I could rest for like an hour. See what letter I get. All ends in less than 5 days. The army arrives tomorrow. Which the Bachelor can prove once again that the Earth is never up to any good. Doesn't automatically confer any letters to me. I have to walk around to make those happen. Okay. So we gotta go yell at Vlad the Younger, and we gotta go bring that blood sample back to the Haruspex. Here's my task list for today. Oh god. God. Bad timing on that. I was about to say I feel like the burglars are down, but that's not the case. Yeah, I think that Disco Elysium skill system is brilliant, and you could use it for any number of genres. So this guy's gonna get into... What the fuck? Really? I'm surprised I don't get like, sniped by a plague cloud from behind more often, where I just apparently get infected for no reason. It has happened a couple times, but it's I wonder if, like, plague clouds don't spawn when they're not in your vision to prevent that from occurring or something. It's already frustrating enough when they spawn right in front of you and you can't dodge them in time, but... I'm trying to fight this guy, but the rat's gonna get me if I try, so... yeah, that's my poison. Guy's in it, I think. Shit, another rat. I think when I'm running like this, I'm hearing them doing bite attacks, but because they have to pause temporarily to bite, I'm always dodging them as long as I never stop. If there's a cloud right outside Vlad the Younger's house, I swear to God. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Lucky, lucky. Hey, motherfucker.
Changeling knows something. Or she was promised something.
Found the worm poison makers. They told me you, Master Vlad, dabbling. They decided to completely seize the flow of goods. That's how the informers came to know. I requested it on purpose. This isn't about greed. I thought it would be prudent. Uh-huh. I started thinking you a cynical man. Knowledge is outdated. Things have changed. I have changed. This morning I wanted to seize the market. I bought up everything that Barak has made. I gave away all that I had bought. No money. Well, a little money, so that it wouldn't look like I was offering a donation. Gave it all to the bound, the ones who needed it the most. Those who nearly died because of me. Promised to keep their names secret. I'm wary of Clara. She's good at getting what she needs from people. One of them is Mark Hamill. He's not hiding it, but his situation is different. He's running a plague house. You spared at least one for yourself, I hope? You've given me serious food for thought. Thank you. Oh, I can go talk to Mark? Okay. Interesting. Go talk to Mark. We'll go turn shit in to the Haruspex. Hopefully I'll get a letter detailing my main quest for today, because that still hasn't happened. Yeah. But doing great on time today. I was really worried about yesterday's quest. Might also try to go into the northeast quadrant and try to walk around to see if I run into the girl with the schmouters. I should have plenty of tradables for her. I do like that the daytime crime things becomes more and more severe. Yeah. What's the rent like? Shit. Thanks, guys. Really should try to loot the dead guards more. I assume that they're empty, but they tend to at least have drugs on them, it looks like. We're assholes. Need to try to despawn these guys. Tried. Yeah, right. Places to squat. Yeah, all different kinds of townsfolk always are the exact same character model. So all the bandits look the same, all the guys with Molotovs look the same, butchers all look the same.
Yes.
So Gimsky the Younger really sold you several vials of Panacea. Gave them to me basically for free, or maybe a token payment. Vlad really let someone else have his Panacea. He's given his Panacea to the girls that once almost died through his fault. At least he thinks so. Who are these girls? Yulia, Lara, and the third one that begs to keep her name secret under any circumstances. The three Parcae? I don't know if I know that word. Okay, these are the same girls that he was accusing of previously, I think. That means I'm actually done with the quest and I could go talk to them, but that it doesn't matter. Does that mean that those characters already possess Cure-All and are therefore permanently immune? And therefore I don't need to worry about them? That's what I want to be true, but it's almost certainly not. I guess I can go talk to Lara and see if anything comes of it. I still don't have a quest letter, which is a little alarming. Maybe I have to go talk to the Inquisitor now to get my quests. Bates, okay. I think before it was Clara, Aspity, Lara, and Yulia. I don't know how much time they spent on, like, when the plague cloud appears versus when you're able to... how much time you have to dodge it, but it's, like, it's perfect. I hate it because it gets me a lot of the time, but... you have slightly under a second to stop moving forward to avoid it, if it's one of the stationary ones.
Yes.
True, Vlad the Younger sold you a Panacea. How much did he make you shell out? It was a gift. Have you seen the man? He's positively transformed. Yulia gave hers to Clara. Tomorrow we'll talk about it more. Tomorrow everything will change. Many various intertwining plots and agendas. Know the unit number of the troops that have been sent here. No, I don't. Okay, I don't know if that actually did anything, but... while I'm here, I might rest a little bit. Maybe that'll trigger me getting a letter. Let's just do 2 hours for now. Still don't have one. Slightly alarming. Alright, so other people we want to check out. Yulia. Mentioned Clara. I'm guessing Anna Angel was the other one. Yeah, that's right. Because that was the one I talked to first. Which I wasn't sure if that got me in trouble. Maybe try Aspity. Crying baby. Perfect amount of time, he says. Yeah, let's go talk to Yulia first. Try to still occasionally quick save.
The
Yo.
most subtle folly grows out of the most subtle wisdom.
Is it true that Vlad gave you some Panacea? Didn't you know? Rock compounded a cure. Should drink the contents of the vial if I start to feel unwell. He warned me quite deliberately against telling Clara about it. Oh, why are people lying? Ah! Lara first lied to me, and then when I called her on her shit, she said that she gave it to Clara. Who else did Vlad offer Panacea to? Come back tomorrow. Okay. No, I'm not getting, like, quest notes for those comments, so let me add that to my text file really quick. For upcoming day, turn to Lara Yulia regarding Panacea. Alright. So I don't know who the third person is. There's Anna Angel, Clara, and Aspity, so I might just go talk to all of them. Still, at this time of day, do not have a quest letter. So once I finish talking to the Haruspex about the blood sample and we got garbage again. Once I finish talking to the Haruspex about the blood sample and interrogating these 3 women, I might ask for help as to how to progress the quest today. It might be that I just have to go talk to... Get some more rifle ammo. How much is that? Price 2? It's not so bad. Might just have to go talk to the Inquisitor. Gotta save some of these for the little girl, though. The other little girl. Set that out for now. I think Clara's in this house here.
My eyes look just...
She was... And so the changeling looked like her. We don't know if they're one and the same entity for sure yet. Alexander. Hey Android, how you doing? I don't know that I actually have to talk to him, so I might revert this save. He's sick, has nothing to do with my choices right now. Let's revert this save. Yeah, good luck. Here's Stamatin Studio. Let's try Anna Angel. Yeah, fair enough. I've taken to going to bed really early. My wife tends to go to sleep around like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. and then just getting up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. If I'm really motivated to like play an online game or something, I find it easier to wake up early than stay up late. Because then I have to be motivated. If I stay up late, I'm robbing sleep from my future self. If I get up early, I have to make the conscious decision to get out of bed to go do something fun. Anna Angel. Yo.
Yeah.
He just has the normal placeholder text. Possibly not her. Possibly not anybody that I can talk to. I don't know. Oops, sorry. Aspity's all the way down there, so let's go to the Haruspex first. Pretty sure that was a list of people that Vlad the Younger tried to screw over a couple days ago. You're the wrong kid. You're the kid with ammo. I need the kid with drugs. The ammo kid. Where's drug kid exactly? I think the tension between what you would expect a video game to do and what this game actually does is part of what makes it work. I wish that was presented like in the work a little bit more clearly. Like, I wish sometimes you'll play games that have a mechanic that is a subversion of the way games usually work, and there will be some kind of pop-up or indicator that says, hey, in this game, you know, if you die, we're going to delete your save. You know, and it might be as inelegant as a literal like pop-up from the developer saying you should know that this is going to happen. And I kind of wish this game said that about the plague, like, hey, in this game, removing the plague is not trivial, and if you get infected, you should probably just load your save, you know? Because the deleterious effects are so bad. Hey, thank you, Zade. Appreciate that. How have you been? Throughout the stream today, I've been here all day.
I need a good
Check the blood. Whose blood is it? It's not human. Sure, yes. How much of this potion can be made? 10, 15 doses. Panacea. An organic serum-based antibodies that Artemy Barak managed to procure from some mysterious source.
The wound hurts.
Okay, so I should save that like I'm saving the Schmouder. So let's try talking to Aspity, and then I think I'm gonna have to Google how I get the main quest for the day while I head back to Eva Young's house. Schmouder makes me think of chowder. There's a great bit on The Good Place about clam chowder. They call it like bug milk. I like clam chowder though. Oh, I'll get a letter to start the main quest shortly. Okay, thank you. I feel like there's usually 3 side quests, is that true? This guy already dead? Sometimes 2, sometimes 3.
Inquisitor proceeds with her terrible harvest.
Sir
Does she
freaking
pray at
Prize. Who are
least?
you talking about? Sabarov, the up-and-coming tyrant, has been diminished to a crawl. That's good. Volgimsky, the two-tongued asshole, has been exposed. The Kains, I hope they strangle each other without external help. Life's getting better by the hour. Aspity, I want to get into the abattoir. I most likely will. Curious man. know what the gorge is. The gates? 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Okay. So Aspity, who some people also refer to as Mother Superior. Yeah, two-tongued asshole. Like, I feel like if an asshole had a single tongue, that would be distressing. But she skips right past the single-tongued asshole. Strange guests are walking around your house. I am uneasy around them. Please come back soon. Ion. I think that's the lady in Eva Jan's house. That's a... Okay, that must be the main quest. I don't think I can actually get out if I go this way. Maybe there's an opening in the fence down here. Bottles. What this game needs is a RuneScape-style agility training system where I'm able to increase the speed at which I walk by 0.001% by running rooftop laps, like jumping from rooftop to rooftop for hours. And just make it so that like you can do it, but it has no effect on your actual speed for the time invested. Be perfect. Jesus Christ. Too many rats, guys. Too many plague clouds. Oh my god. Stop it. Oh god, I got stuck on a... Oh no, my last save was that far back. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, I want to die. All right. Gotta...
What's wrong with me? Your changeling has a...
sometimes I'll try to go into a door, and there's like a small stone mat in front of the door, and the mat blocks my ability to walk up to the door, unless if I jump over it. I'll try to give an example here. Like, this is probably one right here. Yeah. So, like, if I turn this corner, or I'll get stuck on this little thing sticking out from the side of the building. These both show done. Okay. This game work if it had more mechanics that showed contempt for the player. It's interesting though, I don't feel like this game has contempt. Like, it's not like out and out Bot and Kaito's completionist Yoko Taro style contempt. Even practically. So, lots of plague clouds, lots of rats, lots of bullshit across the river here. Still haven't found any Schmouter girls. I think I found one last week and she didn't have a Schmouter. I don't know if there's some efficient way to try to spawn NPCs. I think that everyone that was within sight range of you despawns whenever you go inside a building. Okay, you bought this place out. I don't know if that includes plague clouds or not. You got another rat. Right on. It rots from within. I've examined the data the Watchers have collected and compared it to your conclusions. I'm surprised by your insight. Consider becoming an Inquisitor. Rots from within, waiting for you at the cathedral. Okay, that must be the actual main quest then. Oh, fucking hell. He ran on this man's entire career. Ooh, almost happened again. Looks like the letter itself generated a plague cloud. I have a rat that's chasing me right now. I need to find a thing to dip into. I gotta start saving more. Maybe to make sure I'm not overwriting, I'll try to do a pattern of like quick save, manual save. That way I won't screw myself over completely. It's rough when you already have a rat chasing you, though. There's one down here. Yep. It's the one I was thinking of. I gotta be holding W so I can be moving immediately. Shit. This might be difficult. Let's see. It's able to move immediately that time. That's good. Dip into this shop over here, I can save and then not have a rat chasing me every time I load. Hey! Wonderful. Try to fight that guy. I don't think I've got a rat on me at the moment. Probably die before I get there, though, at this rate. I hate that they, like, instantly break their, They have, like, a looting animation, and if you attack them during the looting animation, sometimes you can just continue to attack them 2 or 3 times for free, but sometimes they instantly break their looting animation with an attack that swivels to face you, like Dark Souls 2 style. And I should probably just never attack them during the looting animation, because there's no way for me to hit them without getting hit in return. There's the guy earlier. I'm going to get to him this time. Uh-oh. Let's check out the side quest first, I guess. So I should probably just pick up both of them. Any of these houses enterable? Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so screwed. Can't believe I dodged that. Ah, I didn't dodge it. Spoke too soon. Okay, I'll have to do some more saving en route down here. Save here. Guy's stuck on this chair, the stairs. Save again. All these lockpicks. I haven't really been robbing houses. That's supposed to be a profitable way of maintaining resources, right? I guess I see the nighttime bandits as a potentially infinite source of resources, so I haven't felt the need to take the risk to learn how to profitably rob houses. I'm trying to do this quick save, hard save, but... Why rob houses when you can rob the robbers? Okay. Imagine a much more mean version of the... What the fuck? These are the kids from the Polyhedron. Imagine a much more mean version of this game where you could only see the plague clouds when you have this thing up, which has a limited usage. What a lovely lady. She welcomed us, talked to us. Children are not allowed to be in contact with the kin people, you know. Forbidden fruit and all that. It is the sweetest one. These petitioners be... What about your efforts? You decided to set up embassy here. Been told about your plan to sterilize us all. What? Who told you this drivel? Curing us, making us healthy, distributing protective pills, wiping us with spirits, gargle with mouthwash. I did indeed have such a plan. We don't need vaccine. The order was the Inquisitors, and you'll be held responsible. It's a waste of medicine. Give it to our families. Okay. Our tower is magical. It protects us from the outer world. Hear about us so much. Bring us some dry blue fire that doesn't burn paper. You're contagious. Cure myself. Ask anyone, even Capella. Pay her a visit. She doesn't believe in the tower's miracles at all. She'll provide you with proof, all right. She wouldn't lie. Okay. I'll talk to Capella, which I did get a quest marker for, thankfully. Weird. Is that our third side quest? Yes. Speak to Capella. Okay. Do I need to deposit anything?
There are so many
First
crows
part of the game
in
is
the
over.
sky.
Its meaning has been as follows. Task was to learn the truth. They set a definitive condition. The truth has to be nice. Panacea has been destroyed. That's my laboratory, right? Your papers have been burnt. Wretched Tellman made sure of it personally. Are you telling the truth? The truth is my job. You're my equal. There's no reason for me to lie to you. And more about the law, the path of logic? Go ahead. The logic of our world inevitably dictates the destruction of anything unnatural, anything that tries to break its own non-capitalized laws. Disease is nothing more than a tool, an instrument of inevitability. Yet I have been sworn to destroy this enemy. The disease exists to wipe out all the weird supernatural shit in this town? Path of logic. Teaching would have made more sense before the plague. The second part of the game is beginning. Our current task is to remain true to ourselves. We'll keep the word we've given to the powers that be. We'll uncover the truth, take a foreign detail out of the mechanism, stop the rot before it devours the land. We have to find out how it started. Back to the source now. It's always about sources. We sorcerers, if you pardon the lame pun. Tell you about the law. It's not a state law, but rather a natural one. When mysterious evil emerges from non-existence, it's a clear sign that this law has been violated. Disease is a retribution for trespassers. It's an attempt to restore the balance. I can see where you're going. I don't, but maybe Daniil does. This town is a minuscule cosmos. A literal microcosm. It's too remote, too distant from the rest of the world to serve as an effective part of any other mechanism. So it's a mechanism in and of itself. There must have been a flaw, a blemish, a redundant detail. I want to find it. Was it the original, supposedly immortal guy who died immediately? Okay. Do you have a quest for me today?
There are so many crows in the sky.
Where do we start? Well, if it's a disease, it would make sense if it started in the abattoir, right? Isn't that like where diseases are most likely to jump species? The abattoir hypothesis is being worked on by someone else. Oh, is that the Haruspex? Interested in the abattoir because you believe the pest may have been brought to the town by cattle. Suspect the butchers. Their line of trade has something to do with the soil. I think they may be doing some digging. I'm going to pick this just because it's the most specific option, but I don't know why I would suspect that at this point. Just like the previous plague. You check the water, specifically river water. Sprite and Luddites have already destroyed the town water intake. Make sure the disease is not waterborne. Wells, springs, the river, maybe a young new stream, anything. Okay, so they want me to check the well, it looks like. Young Vlad has a peculiar hobby. He's looking for old cultural layers, the remnants of an ancient culture. Also been told he's looking for oil. Investigate this further. Ask him. If he refuses to talk, there are a number of ways to inspire social interaction. She's great. You seem to know something already. The Ogimski's closet can barely hold a giant skeleton. Okay. Talk to Vlad the Younger. So I guess I could have gone to... That's where I would have gotten my side quest that I happened to stumble into at the beginning of the day, I think. Got it. Okay, so... could talk to Capella for a side quest. I've already done the other two side quests. And I don't think I have to go anywhere else. So... we gotta talk to Vlad. Guess I'll do the side quest first, since it sounds like I can't progress the main quest if I... Or I can't progress side quest if I do the main quest too early. Save one. I wish I could reliably kill these guys. They're really hard to fight, even if they're tanking on somebody else, just because of the AoE firebomb attack that they do. Quick save 2. Next one needs to be a manual save. Had some good loot from these specific trash cans in the past. Nothing today, though. Did 2 quick saves. We're gonna do a manual save. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Can I stop my forward momentum in time on this save? For that guy. Rats are being bad. I'm gonna need to ask Andrea to feed them here in a second. We want to talk to Capella. Not Vlad the Larger. Is she like in a different room in this building? She is, okay. So I despawned whatever was outside by coming in here. So not a complete waste. God damn it, not again. Don't blame yourself. One of your rival counterparts must have overlooked them. So, I think when they say one of your competitors may have done it, that's when it's not my fault at all, and there's nothing I could have done about it. That means I have to spend one whenever I need to talk to her, so I need to try to accrue more of those.
In the night, only to be found someplace new in the morning.
Skeptical of the Polyhedron? And who says that? You know, people. Can't ignore the obvious. The tower does manage to perform truly breathtaking feats. Sure, the disease or any other evil from outside cannot get into the tower whatsoever. It is evil enough on its own. Which feats? It affects the internal state of a person. It gives them dogheads? What the fuck? All the wonders of childhood are concentrated in the tower. Allows you to come back to a particular dream or forgotten game. Tower preserves childhood altogether with its magic. So it's like Peter Pan? Kain set up a seditious experiment. The Stamatins bragged they'd overcome the laws of gravity and Euclidean geometry, whilst in reality it was the Kains who took it upon themselves to attack the laws of sorcery and the miraculous powers that stumble upon our world from time to time. This game's universe is so fucking weird. Like, I feel like it does a better job of tackling the, like, eldritch horror feel than a lot of things that are explicitly intended to be about eldritch horror. Just because shit just happens, and everyone's just fine with it in this weird way. And it doesn't comment on its own self being strange in any way. I guess Stalker's kind of like that, too. Everyone settled for this line of thinking. Humankind would have never conquered the skies or explored the nature of flame. Shit. Ben literally stepped on my left foot. We ping my wife to feed him. Hold on. Five-year-old kid worshipped by the kin. They call her the Mother Superior. Fearless kidling in the tower, and now she's in charge of the Termitary and the 5,000 souls inside. I have been there before. I'm talking about Aspity, right? But they called her Taya Tycheek. Keep taking those horrible yellow pills, the only ones they acknowledge. Gave me what? Ferromycinum. Okay, I think that means Aspity. What does the quest log say? Ben has decided. Yeah. Okay, so I think the little girl who doesn't sell schmouters does occasionally sell the antibiotic that I can use to continue quests with NPCs that are sick, not due to my own errors. So I probably want to track them down and buy more if I can. I know they sell them in the drugstores, but I think they're pretty expensive in the drugstores even after prices came down recently. Aspity's over there. I assume that's who they're talking about. Oh, you don't have anything. You deposit that blood sample? Yeah. Hunger meter. Crying babies. If I can get to that guy in time to stop him from murdering the guard. I was able to preempt him turning around that time at least. Shit. While I was crouched over. Trying to loot that guy, the other guy threw a knife at my face. Try to fight this guy. Oh, he's facing away now. Okay. Oh, he's about to aggro somebody else. Let's go see if I can stop that from happening. I might actually be able to kill them without taking damage now that I understand that they can break their animation. You just got 2 that went well. Maybe I should be wary of my own hubris. Hey, murder man, you have nothing to trade me. And there are rats nearby. Fantastic. Some of the art assets in these houses freak me out.
He who distrusts himself is better off silent.
You know what Vlad the Younger was digging out? Leech won't crack. Thinks he's the smartest. Know how to make him talk. Reveal to the world all those thousands of lives that have perished in a few days because of him. To think that I, a simple girl that I am, blame the father. He ordered to close down the Termitary, hid the truth from his father, blamed it all on some imaginary strike. He knew how to get to the old man to make him mad. He knew about the epidemic beforehand. Who told you that? More deaths than survivors. Changeling girl has a better idea. Okay. I think maybe I got a main quest step by accident. I thought she's supposed to be Mother Superior. Hold on. Rot. Strong position to speak with the Olgimskis. Warden Tycheek's daughter. I don't know who that is. Hold on. Pathologic, Warden Tycheek daughter. Taya Tycheek. That's not helping me. It says in the Termitary? Okay, I thought they had been talking about Aspity. I didn't realize that she was a separate character. She's in the Termitary. I'll go check that out now then. Quick save 1. Where are all the drug dealing, ammo dealing children? There's one. New letter? Haruspex' choice. Claim my father's grievous inheritance. I've made my choice. Believe the settlement can be saved. It's alive. The kin still lives, even though my father, who is destined to lead it, has died. My life to service the kin, just as the lines of my family enjoined me to. I will change this town. It will be reborn to live anew. Children they are. Taya Tycheek, Chieftain Notkin, Blessed Grace, Urchins Murky and Sticky, and Khan. Woe is you if any one of the children dies, for they are meant to inherit the earth. Great. Cool. Rad. You don't have the drugs I need. You're like, I don't know, man. These kids seem pretty creepy. What is up with Daniil Dankovsky's reputation that the Haruspex feels the need to send me a letter that's like, don't kill any kids, bro? Hey, too many things. How you doing? Yeah, it's at the top of the voting spreadsheet right now. Pretty good chance it's going to win at one of the 2 deadlines this week, so start playing it with greater regularity. Let's try to find this kid. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to the Haruspex here. Not here anymore. Spooky. Be right. Okay, this is different. Our Romulan butcher guys. Some kind of magical stone. And this kid.
So, the lady that came here decided to look into the abattoir. Nothing good will come out of this.
Here he is. Here he comes. Listen, everyone. This is a doctor. He came from outside. Will you do me a favor? Will you let me to the abattoir? Will you bring me the person that got us all locked in here when everyone got sick? What would happen to that person? I want to ask him why he had us locked up, and then ask him some more. Okay. Creepy. Doesn't take a genius to see that you're going to kill him. Open the passage to the abattoir for you. Is that the main quest? Oh, I thought I was progressing the side quest there. Okay.
They never show me anything.
Wait, I might want to step that back. That seemed like a choice. Hold on. It's possible to soft lock. Okay.
I see everything. Lara is a head taller now. Yeah.
You let me into the abattoir. Doesn't take a genius to let me know you're gonna kill him. So you can bring me a toy. Is this the second choice? Which toy would you like? My supreme calf. Creepy. Last house where Taya Tycheek played with her favorite toy. Alright, so then if I talk to her again, I get the side quest. That's the other option.
They never show me anything. They won't let me outside.
Got a stain on your nose. Victoria sent these drugs to you. She said you must take them if you ever feel unwell. Capella told me you should take them if you ever get sick, alright? Only because Capella says so. I would swallow a bumblebee for her. Apparently gave me reputation from the laughing and clapping baby. Failed to protect the Termitary, and I have neglected the Tower of Children. I can hope that does not fall to the same mistake. Okay, I guess that's done. So I guess now I can push the main quest, if I understood that all correctly. Yeah, but isn't Eva one of my bound? And she died without me being able to do anything about it, right? I guess it doesn't mark anything on that menu. At least it seemed like that was just a scripted side quest event and that wasn't a result of my choices. Oh, thanks for warning me either way. It's good to know. It seemed like it was a choice, which is why I loaded my save there. Anytime it like immediately updates my journal after I pick a yes or no option, I get worried. Okay. So I need a rest soon. I'm gonna die of exhaustion. I think I still need to talk to Vlad. Now, did I accidentally skip a quest step by talking to her for the side quest before I even talked to Vlad the Younger? I think I skipped a step by talking to Aspity before talking to Vlad the Younger, but that's because I thought she was Mother Superior. Okay, thank you. Always get stuck over here. So I'm okay with going a longish way so I can try to maximize chances of running into the little girl. Is it? I have time to take a nap later if I get near a building that will let me. Save one. When a character becomes randomly ill as a result of things that the other characters I'm not playing as are doing, is that just a random chance to happen every day, or is that like scripted for certain characters to become sick? Everyone playing the Bachelor will always encounter it for the same characters every time type situation. I think there's a bed in this house. Maybe. Maybe not one I'm allowed to use. Scripted that characters become sick, but which character becomes sick is determined at random. Okay, thank you. So I might get unlucky and it affects somebody that I need to talk to on multiple consecutive days for quests. Or I could get lucky and it affects someone that doesn't show up in quests for a while. But either way, I should have some of the temporary healing antibiotics to be able to deal with them. I think I'm sitting on 2 of those right now with the one I just used. Oh, only 1. All right, well, I should try to fix that. One of the little girls that can sometimes have them. Cross our fingers. Yo, sell me drugs. That's ammo. Okay, time for bullshit. Plague clouds, rats, all that fun stuff. Yeah, and I understand that, like, understanding what the game is and how it works is part of the experience, but characters becoming sick was particularly alarming to me because they had previously led me to believe that that was directly connected to my own actions. It was only because the executor outside, when you first talk to him, says this wasn't your fault, but then there's like canned dialogue for when a character is sick that says that it was your fault. And so I was like, oh geez, did I like technically screw up a side quest? Is this a glitch? So I appreciate the clarification there. Night Raker, sleep well. If it doesn't, it should be able to take the next deadline, I think. This house doesn't look great. Is it a plague house? Wonderful. Is a plague house. Which, I think we had that mission before where I had to survive inside one. I think I might have some equipment that I can use in case I get pressed by something. I don't know where to look, though. Again. You're spooky. I was able to dodge it when I was upstairs. I was like jumping over stuff. Is that it? Okay, I think I got it. See if we can make it out of here now. Jump to dodge! I did not jump to dodge successfully. How do they know that this is exactly what living through a pandemic was going to be like? I'm always tucking and weaving to avoid plague clouds, skull clouds. That's what I did before, that kind of a thing. Go back downstairs. Dissipate, 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 dissipate. You're not gonna dissipate, are you? Nope. Okay. I was able to dodge this one last time. I think it tries to home on me, and I can kind of adjust its trajectory, sort of. Okay. It's the first one dissipated. Dude, this place is so hard to navigate. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think it like tries to come at me, so I can intentionally try to dodge it. Kind of. I don't know if it's that it like dissipates at preset points or after a certain number of seconds being alive. Fuck. Not a lot to jump around in here. Shit, shit, shit. No. I do have a save outside in case I need to do something else here. Oh, this is the same house as the shelter house? That's cute. Which is also a horrific plague house. Let's try collecting it in the other direction, maybe? Okay. God damn. That was rough. I used to need to go talk to Vlad the Younger. I guess I would. Well. Is this another one where once I complete all of the main quests, I can't do the side quests? I guess I'm done with the side quest for today, so maybe it doesn't matter. It sounds very difficult to try to manage if you're not already super familiar with the game. Surprised you didn't already have the plague by this point, though, if you weren't resetting on catching it. It seems so likely that you'll just bump into a random cloud while walking around. joked about making a supercut of all the times that's happened to me and I've reloaded. Mega sick. Double sick. Place does not like to restock ever. Beast head. The bull cult. Wonderful. Got any drugs, kid? Nope, just ammo. These kids are the worst. I don't know if there's anywhere that I can safely sleep in this section of town. I might be able to sleep in the Rod. I haven't tried that. Make sure I don't die of exhaustion. That would suck. Maybe I had an opportunity when I was over on the outside of town. I think there's a bed to sleep on in Vlad the Younger's bricked up house. Ammo again. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the little blonde girl. I have one Schmouder from her, but she hasn't respawned very often. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. I'm looking for the antibiotic, though, that lets you get into a sick person's house just for one day. So see if I can buy some at the drugstores, but I recall it being quite expensive compared to what I can barter for with Garbitrage. Actually, that's not too bad. Just buy that outright. Selling more of these. Lockpicks sell better than I thought. Not super using them at the moment. It's the knife I'm currently using. Okay, I feel less stressed out about the possibility of not being able to do quests because of sick townsfolk. Yeah, that's what I was looking for kids to barter with because they're cheaper than the stores. Okay, well, I just pressed a button that made it sound. What does the H button do? Pressed it by accident. Makes me nervous. Make a save just in case my previous save is older than that. It was the H key that was doing it. Oh no, the stock changed. If that's all it is, then I'll load then. Thank you. I didn't know this game had a lantern. I'm gonna have to book it for somewhere to rest after this. I don't think there are open beds on this side of town, at least not that I remember visiting in the past. I'm gonna try to turn this in, and maybe we'll luck out and it'll be like the previous day where it like teleports us somewhere as soon as I finish. Wrong kid. Don't need it. Oh, she has the drug I needed. That's why I was trading with her. Price is 6. Oof. It's actually more expensive than what I would pay in equivalents at a shop, so I'm good. A little worried that the exhaustion meter is so full that I won't be able to make it to a bed in time from here. But I can go back a couple saves if that's the case and back up and rest. There's several buildings in the middle area that I can save at for sure. Either a murder a man or bring me a horse.
Racket upstairs.
Brought you the
Where
calf.
did everyone go?
Amazon? Really? Come back half an hour before midnight. The boulder will be rolled away. $11:30. Okay, so I have plenty of time to rest if I can make it somewhere to rest it without dying. So I'm gonna try to beeline it now. What all increases exhaustion? Is this just the passage of time, or do things like combat or jumping affect the meter more severely? I think I'll make it, but it's gonna be close. Yeah, that's crazy that the main quest wants me to do something like right before midnight. How cruel. I should figure out my path here before I start doing this. I think I might be able to rest at Yulia's house. I know for sure I can rest at the shelter. We just confirm that I cannot rest at the rod. Left. Or right, rather. Exhaustion is just a binary statistic, right? It's like it doesn't do anything until it maxes out, at which point it's extremely bad. But walking around at high exhaustion isn't like, you know, secretly draining my health or anything. I can sneak through these buildings here. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if it had like scaling downsides or something based on how far along it was. And today was difficult. Like I got lucky and was able to start the quests very early. Before I got letters giving me breadcrumbs to them. But I still think from a time perspective, I'm going to be cutting it close. Yeah, because I can't sleep for very long. I think I'll just go to Lara's because I'm 100% sure about Lara. I don't know about Yulia. Yeah, that's scary. Two rats. And big sand plague ghost. Cool. Okay, let's not overdo it here. So it's 18:01. Probably do 4 hours. Gives me time to get back there. So the marker is here inside the Termitary, but they're talking about the entrance of the abattoir to the south, right? At least I assume so. The big door that was previously inaccessible. Yeah, it just says the abattoir. The thing that's marked as the abattoir has a big entrance out the front. Do you mean how if I go inside the Termitary and there's like a warehouse door that goes inside to where the Haruspex and Tycheek were, there's also another like gaping door to the side of it up here. I can go try that. You know the one you mean. This one, right? Never seen the boulders they're talking about. Guess I have saves for both just in case. I can always reload. Wait 15 minutes. Find out soon. Enjoy some intermission music. Okay, that's probably close enough that I'll play it again. Spooky noise. Laboratory central entrance is open. I must hurry. Wait, that says more there. That was correct, thank you. I would have guessed the other one. It's the Romulans. I mean, the Butchers. That doesn't seem good. Oh, great. Hey. It's like the army who they said was arriving that day. Army tank tops. That's a... the fuck? It's like the, the cannon from Final Fantasy VII. Goblet is ridiculously big. Like, I think he could fit his whole head inside of that.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed.
That's good.
A new mime performance is being at the theater.
Morning of the 9th day has come.
We fought a just, defensive war, and now they want to turn us into a punitive expedition, into corpsmen.
What were you doing in the abattoir? I was looking for you. I was looking for you too. Sabarov told me where to look for you this night. I seek your advice. What have you discovered about the epidemic? Can it be stopped, or what can the army do to that end? The Inquisitor is my enemy. Evidence mounts by the hour. I have no further desire to listen to my enemies. A dog should never trust a cat. Fire should never trust water. And I will not trust Inquisitors. But why? Not a puppet. I suspect I've already been made into one. I think you're exaggerating. I'm just doing my duty. Okay. Whoa, it's already 14? Oh god, okay. Video games. Did I at least get a full exhaustion heal? No, of course I did. What game do I think I'm playing here? Jesus Christ. You get that as an alternate map screen sometimes, which is kind of spooky. Lara has urgent business. Are these like letters that I'm meant to? Okay, here we go. Oh, I guess I technically already received these earlier in the day. Because what happened yesterday, I can't help but feel worried for you. Please don't rush headlong in your investigation. The army is a force to be reckoned with. Waiting for you at the cathedral. I'm crestfallen. There's a more harrowing discovery than a look back on the life you've lived and see how little you've managed to do. Mime Theater is super closed. Come to me when you can. I hope the tower will open up before you. It's very important. Come to the shelter. See me at the Willows. Okay, so... Okay, I'm going to try to do all this. I think these are the things that they were talking to me about yesterday. It said, come talk to me ASAP. As far as what order in which to do things, I can try to swing over to Anna first since she's the furthest out of the way, and hit everybody else in order. Holy shit. Okay, well this is different, having the military here. Don't have my plague map, but I think you can generally deduce what will be plagued based on the previous days. Seems like anywhere that was previously red will be black, and anything that was previously adjacent to red will be red. Oh god. Always spooks me. Cats are being bad. I might have to take a break to feed them soon. Usually try to wait till after stream, but Ben is threatening to knock my monitor over. Start with Anna. How are we doing on time? Good. It's okay.
I don't want to undress.
People are supposed to help
What if
each
there's something
other.
scary on my skin?
Hi, Ben. Your precious kitty. Thank you for trying to knock my monitor over. Bye, Ben. Your words are music to my ears. Vlad the Younger recently went through a dramatic metamorphosis. His eyes burn bright, his words are brave, his acts are noble. He used to be a cynical leech, but now he's a hero. How are you going to do that? Weapon of self-defense. Deliver this present to Lara anonymously. I'll gladly give away the most valuable thing I own, my Panacea. Why? Lara needs it for self-defense. Oh my god, my cats are gonna burn my house down. Fortunately, I have to come back to her. Let's not do the let's talk to Lara first. We don't have time for that. Don't have time for anything. Is there anything other than sleep that can help the exhaustion meter? Can you like drink coffee or something? I don't think I've ever bothered with that. I know a lot of the meters interact with each other. See if I can get a water bottle and start spritzing them. Maybe I'll get them to chill out for a bit. The cats, I mean. Oh, it was weird. I do have a few of them, yeah. I might need to just to have enough time to get by today.
I keep forgetting the most basic things these days.
To meet Alexander the Great. My field of inquiry is ever the same, testing a theory which concerns what I refer to as the tripwires of fate. Oh, really? Lara Ravel conspires to assassinate the commander. She's so naive. Some news. Commander was informed by some unknown benefactor that there'll be an attempt on him soon. Assassin proves to be a woman. She must not be killed. The weapon of the assassin will be a harmless toy, and whoever wields it will not deserve anything more than a short-term imprisonment. How do you know about the anonymous letter, or are you its author? Block is as chivalrous as they come. Letter was written by none other than Anna, who just gave me a gun. Okay. Who will treat Lara as they treat women they believe to be hysterical or deranged. They're going to lock her up. What is your plan? Commander wants to know who the woman is. Tell him the assassin is me. Tell him whoever else comes to shoot him with a weapon that does not fire is merely a mad woman keen to sacrifice herself for me. The reason I plotted an asinine scheme like this need to be placed under house arrest as soon as possible. What if they shoot you? You're a fatalist and not afraid of death, right? On the other hand, your cooperation may net you Anna's Panacea in addition to my own, since Anna was the third person offered a vial. I don't know which of these. I definitely, if I'm getting all of their Panacea, I definitely want all of them, right?
It's so lonely here.
Guess I'm just gonna try it. I have a save from before I talked to her, right? Let me, yeah, make a note of that one. Hold on. Going in my text file here. Save file, day 9, 1436, before talking to Anna, in case this is all a giant fuck up. And I could see them doing a thing where it's like you don't have time to talk to all of them because they start your day at 14 o'clock. And so you're forced to make hard decisions about who to trust without going back and forth and pinballing between them. But if I understood correctly, Panaceas are kind of like my endgame goal. So they're definitely using a currency that makes that extra hard to navigate. Burglar over here. Try to avoid. Really? Mr. Soldier, shoot this guy, please. Do a better job of shooting him, please. Yeah, gave me the kill. I'm not going to complain. So many people in this house. Okay. Lara. Bubby.
Haruspex thinks it's all a trial. He doesn't have the faintest idea how we live here.
I need. She wouldn't give it to me. Why do you need a pistol? Lara, I don't like this at all. Get you a pistol. A thing from yesterday. Lara resorts to murder.
What?
Luck is on your side. It may penetrate plywood. Okay, so I've got a second Panacea and I have one Schmouter. I'm not clear. We've talked a little bit about trying to save cures for the Sand Plague for as long as possible and definitely not using them on myself. I don't know exactly how many I need to have. It could be per adherent. So there's Mark. Now Mark apparently got a shipment of them, but I don't think he counts as having one because he distributed them to everyone else. But if he doesn't count, then it's Mark, Maria, Peter, Andre, Victor. Okay. We'll see what happens. I'm not confident at all at the moment. It'd be nice if these guys would like shoot and flamethrower rats. I actually missed. I did not catch the house that I started in. Is that the town hall where Commander Block is? Go stop there before I go elsewhere. I think it was because I had to go east to get to Anna. Still haven't been to the church to talk to the Inquisitor. Golly. Shit, oops. Right. Seriously? Oh, it's only one side opens. Okay. Save in case I screw this up.
My arms are stiff.
Maybe attempt on your life. Received a letter penned by a deranged woman. It's a much more significant woman. I fear only one woman in this town, and if she chooses to try for my life, so long may she would use such extravagant means. Her name is Yulia. She suffers from a neurotic condition. Be under house arrest until I have time to make a closer acquaintance. The gentler half of the town is already abuzz with the news. Should any overexcited lady come here, she'll be treated with the utmost respect. That's okay. Like, it's one of those things where it's like I don't follow culturally what's going on with that. Like, I guess I understand what they're literally saying, that if another woman shows up with a pea shooter, like why would a woman hearing a rumor that someone's gonna murder him, whatever, it's fine. I don't think that's a localization error, I just don't understand it. Flamethrower. Wonderful. This is fine. These guys are like the Chernobyl liquidators. That whole show is one of the best TV shows I've ever seen, the Chernobyl HBO series, miniseries, but the episode with the liquidators is like one of the most powerful hours of television I've ever watched. Did the thing he wanted.
Have you met ominous people in circus
Delivered the
costumes
pistol. Positively charmed. Okay, so I got her. I have 2 Panaceas. Do I get 3 now, or did I condemn Yulia to death by having people go to her house, is the question. I'll go check, and then I'll go talk to the Inquisitor and pick up my main quest for the day. Oh, God, son of a bitch. Every time. I do have 2 now, right? 3 total. Plus a Schmouter. They're very mean. I'm gonna make a super cut once this playthrough is done of every time I bump into a cloud and go, ah, fuck. Paranoid that it didn't actually save my progress. It did, okay. I had something from Victor as well. Okay. Maybe don't stand in the way of the flamethrower. Got a bunch of soldiers here. Who are aggroing something. I don't know what. The thing you wanted?
It's so lonely here.
What blunder? Shots were fired. What was it all about? Your new friends. Oh, were they supposed to be aggroing me? I thought that I had like a burglar behind me and they were all rushing a burglar. I didn't think they were coming at me. Well, was I supposed to kill them instead of running past them? Uh-oh. I say no to that. Oh shit! They're all still out here. Okay. Now would be a good time to have a, if I still had a Molotov on me, that would be great. This is fantastic, by the way. I'm nervous about that. Crying child, that is. But I can maybe recover it if I kill some jerks later. I think I'm hitting this guy where I'm standing. I guess I'll have a regular revolver that I can use here. Yeah. Okay, sorry, sad crying child. Crackers. Rifle. Sell that. Killed 5 of them? I did them all already. Bless you, Andrea. Thank you for feeding the kitties. They've been very busy.
Sorry, I had a meeting. Did you get here earlier?
No problem. Okay, that was pretty funny. My reputation's a little bit down, but hopefully I can fix that by... Need to make some weapons space, though, in case I need the space for something else in the future. We have 4 Panaceas and Schmouder. That guy's not aggroed on me. Am I gonna have problems for having killed them, or just the usual problems of reputation down? I think there was a quest earlier where I was required to bring my reputation down. It was like one where I went to go inspect a body and these guys showed up and arrested me. And it made the crying sound, and I kept being confused because I thought I could play through the whole game without that happening. But I think that was scripted. Try to deal with this guy if I can. Oh shit, well, not like that, apparently. To try to get some reputation back by killing him, but... Might be rough to try to pull off... Because I need to deal with a killing blow. If I just do a little bit of damage and one of the guards shoots him, it doesn't count. We got a plague rat here, which I don't think is aggro. Oh, nope, it's aggroed me. Well, so much for this plan. Now that I know there's a rat there, I'm not going to recover my reputation. I do, but I'm able to deal with these rando thugs with the knife. And I'm worried about running into another situation like what we got into forever ago, where you go in the warehouse and there's like 7 dudes that you have to quickly shoot. So I'm sure I'll run into another one and I don't have to deal with a rat. Okay, so I need to head to the church. I'm gonna do that now. Here, maybe. Rat's still aggroed on me, I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Went to hit save, okay. Oh, that sucked. Flamethrower got the killing blow there. So I didn't take any damage, question mark? Got any lemons? No. I'm actually doing okay on food. I don't think I need to buy these. We haven't been on this side of town yet today. We already got 3 Panaceas. What time is it? 16:38. Okay, oh god. Barely managed to avoid it. So we talked to Victor, and we gotta talk to the I thought it was the Inquisitor, but quest markers from Victor. Okay, let me check. Maybe it's both eventually. Victor, Booby, what's up?
There's buzzing in my ears.
There you are, Dinkovsky. Hands are getting ready to sleep. If you leave us, we'll probably perish. Are you intending to die? Back at the starting point, we deal with the issue of death differently. Oh yeah, it's from the first day. The original identity is extinguished and an entirely new one arises in its place. Is that death? Is madness not a form of death? Is loss of memory not the true death? About to lose your mind or your memory? Completely serious. I'm trying to say as precisely that we could involuntarily enter a strange state in which we all would, in a manner of speaking, lose ourselves. We take care of our affairs. Many sharp axes around which hack it away into oblivion. My business is finished. Lay out my first request. Out of means to influence my son. Now that the town is occupied by soldiers, he's going to turn the Polyhedron into a fortress under siege, which will infuriate the army. Result in the Polyhedron's destruction. It should be destroyed because it's a crime against nature in Euclid. How is that is that unacceptable? 1,000 children taking refuge there. It is the creation of such singular value that I would sacrifice everything to save it. And many in the town, including our enemies, would stand by me. Yes, it is unacceptable. Okay. Children must leave the Polyhedron, otherwise my daughter Maria could die. You're getting ready to die? Do you believe that it's possible to manipulate reincarnation. No. Not only do we believe in it, but we've successfully practiced it for 5 generations. Oh god, are they like... Is it like the Bolton theory that's totally not true in Game of Thrones, that like Roose Bolton is secretly a vampire who like is taking the skins of his children to live for centuries? Something like that. Okay, let's see. So I think that's today's quest, Miracle of the Children. Guess I'll still go and talk to the Inquisitor.
No.
Disturbing news.
He
Parcae's
hates us
disappeared.
already.
It's the Haruspex.
He'll raise us to the ground.
I warned you of his inevitable betrayal.
Down.
What do you mean? Went to the Termitary on my assignment. It has not returned. I had special hopes for this assignment. You're supposed to not only report to me about the inner workings of the abattoir, but also bring one other thing. What thing? Panacea. Today Barack was going to perfect a remedy that would heal anyone sick with a sand pest, however grave their condition. Final remedy formula was completed the day before yesterday. I don't think I want to tell her about the formula. Wasn't the vaccine you prepared also based on folk recipes? Fair enough. Parcae is much more significant than many would care to admit, including himself. Could you please inquire about him? I don't doubt his word, but he could have run into some unforeseen danger because of his invention. If I have the opportunity, I will. So is the side quest actually from her, of all things? Okay, so the only place I can think to check... I guess she mentioned the Termitary. The quest doesn't mention it. Let me try to quaff some... Oh, it also makes me hungrier? That's mean. Well, that's fine. Sleeping would make me hungrier as well, so... I'm not super clear on the function of immunity. Is immunity like a health bar that depletes when I come in contact with plague, and I don't actually contract the plague until it's depleted or something? It seems like whenever I touch a plague cloud, regardless of my immunity bar, I immediately become infected. Maybe it's only a more relevant statistic when I actually am already infected and prevents me from getting, like, more infected. Double sick. Oh, okay. Brock should be here. Got it. And then, Children Quest. Involves Polyhedron, which is up here, so I should do that first. I'm actually walking the wrong way. Turn around. Oop. Dodged it that time. It helps reduce the chances of a plague cloud infecting you, but unless you've got full clothing and good repair plus high immunity, you're still at a pretty high risk. Okay. So you'd have to, like, build around immunity to avoid getting infected. This is so crazy. It feels like it belongs in a different game, but because of that, it really belongs in this game. Brought you important news. Hey, kid.
My seams are running.
Ready to negotiate you. Ready to hear you out. We need weapons. Artillery? Oh, is that why I get attacked by the rifle guys? Okay, glad I fought them. I guess I didn't get lucky on their drops. They didn't all drop one. Why do you need them? They hate each other. How many children are here in the Polyhedron? Two of you are on equal terms. No, I wouldn't say so. Black finds out there are more than 1,000 of us in here. You can think twice before storming the place. He finds out we're armed. Only take a couple shots to convince him. Okay, so now Pathologic is asking me the very difficult question, should I arm an army of children? Show you the boon that fate has granted us in detail. 5 rifles. I have 4. Okay.
Clara will bring Simon back? Those fools. She's aiming for this place.
Satisfied with what I have on me now. 18 defense with less resources. Can you snatch them from the guards? The soldiers that are watching the weapon and cordoning off the place to relax their guard completely. All guardsmen are idiots. You're in a romantic novel. That's not how real life works. So they're talking about that big cannon they rolled in the cutscene. Is there a specific place I can go to trigger that or something? Still not clear how getting in here even works. Now I'm not clear how getting out of here works. Oh, okay. Apparently it's just walking around mashing the E button. 5 rifles, and that's the main quest. I guess that also involves me giving up my own rifle, and I'm going to have to go deposit some of these lockpicks, because I don't have space for everything. Okay, I actually don't know where this weapon is that they're talking about. I guess I could try to look it up. I'm gonna go try to talk to the Haruspex side quest. I think I have to do all the side quests first regardless. And I guess I can try to stop in my house to make some space for the last rifle. Oh god, fucking hell. Need to be saving more when I'm just like walking down the street, I think. It's by the train station? Okay, thank you. Is that just a particularly good place to shoot guards? Like where they won't aggro me or something? I only need one rifle, so... No, I appreciate it. I'd prefer not to Google it, because usually that reveals other things. But I'd rather not know. I knew it was there, and I walked right into it anyway. I'm a dummy. I'll try going right this time. I just don't want to accidentally walk into the rat or the fire. Are there any other sources of rifles in town that I could trust? Very much like it if you guys would flamethrower the rats. That would make me very happy. Another letter. The Changeling's Choice. I know you've been told that I'm a witch, not a saint. I even told you that I am the sand pest itself, wearing the masquerade of flesh and blood. Saints and miracle workers are always covered in blood and filth. Their acts are not necessarily comprehensible to the common folk. Perform a miracle in the end. I'll perform it with the help of the outcast and the evil, Bad Grief the thief, Foreman the villain, Alexander the cruel, Katerina the deceived, Lara the vengeful, Yulia the unbeliever, Anna the egotist, Aspity the heathen, and Reuben the oathbreaker. They will survive in order to die, and upon dying, they will claim life everlasting. Cool, great, wonderful. The Changeling. These dudes rock. Let's see. In front of me, I don't already have a rifle stashed in here. It doesn't look like it. I have at least one open space for everything else, which is what I want. I need one rifle, and I gotta do this side quest to talk to the Haruspex. Are there other side quests today other than the one for the 3 girls and the one for the Inquisitor? I assume maybe no, because I woke up at 2 o'clock and don't get a full day to explore. Okay, 6 o'clock, yikes. One.
Hey, little girl.
Your Google Home isn't set up yet.
Okay, it scared the shit out of me.
Google Home phone and tablet.
Got a schmouter? No, bummer. I didn't see her all day yesterday. God. Another one? I don't know what sounded like me talking to Google. This is the train station, right? Maybe. I won't repeat it out loud lest I make it go off again, but I think it's because you can either say okay or hey and then Google. Don't you dare. Okay. So it may have been that I said hey little girl. Expected it to be, oh, maybe this is it right here. Yeah, okay. So it's just that these guards are easy to mess with, I guess, maybe? Whoa! Alright, well that wasn't good. I don't know what would cause them all to aggro. Yeah, they don't seem easy to mess with. Person does not have any rifles. He's the only one that's not in range of somebody else, though, as far as I can tell. This comical fantasy canon. So it's straight out of Final Fantasy VII. Maybe this guy. Guy has ammo, though. That also entails loss of reputation that I don't want. So, does their loot roll when I kill them, or I'm wondering if I can keep trying to shoot the first guy. I'll give it a try here and see if he has the exact same drops. I know I've had merchants get different drops sometimes, depending on when I kill them. Really? Might be that I don't ever need to shoot twice and I can just go for a body shot. If this next kill doesn't drop one, I'm going to Google to see if there's a shop where I can just buy one, because I only need one. Okay, they do have random loot, but I'd rather just buy one. Alright, rifle. Pathologic rifle. Rifle. Pathologic 1. You bought from Bad Grief. Oh, okay. That's right. I remember after doing that quest. Probably like ridiculously expensive, but assume you guys aren't gonna shoot me. Good. I think he's in one of these. I know that Ruben's in the other one. I haven't talked to Ruben in a while now. Ruben's in that one, I think, in the back. Bad Grief's Lair, okay.
A fool's tongue is long enough.
Let's see the goods. There it is. 15,000. Ah, fuck. I think I have to murder people. This is too far back. Okay. Or not far back enough, I should say. So I think I just have to fish for a rifle drop. The guys that were outside Yulia's house, I got, I think, 3 drops from out of 5. So if that's indicative of the general drop rate, that's a pretty good sign on the whole. Well, not a guaranteed kill if you don't get a headshot, apparently. Let's go back to this one. This one was easier to get to, and it wasn't near somebody else. I don't know if the durability matters here. Alright. Initiate cheese. Oops. Yes, sure, I would love a tip on a source of a particular rifle while I'm doing this. I thought they were implying go over by the cannon and farm for one. Sometimes they have money, sometimes they have crackers. Oh, well, this quest is active. You can talk Block into giving you one. Thank you. That is a really good tip. I might go further back then than bother coming down here. That's perfect, because I only need the one. Thank you. And I don't have to risk further reputation loss, since it's not going to be very easy for me to regain it from killing burglars now that the guards just shoot them almost immediately. Pretty far back from where I was, but I don't think I really got anything significant between here and there, so it's fine. Town Hall. And after that, I can go up and check on Haruspex. It'd be nice if the 5 guards outside that house always dropped one. So I feel like if I didn't have, hey, Schmouder, let's go. That's not a Schmouder. You're a terrible drug dealer. God. Never trust a 4-year-old to sell you drugs. Always lets you down. Shit. Keeps happening. Let's try going this way, shall we? The chance of that little girl having a Schmouter, like, vanishingly small. I actually don't think... I may have seen a girl that had one exactly one time, but I didn't have enough tradables to afford it. I think the Schmouter I have is from a quest. Maybe. I never did check the mime performance for the day.
There is great...
Wait, is there not a mime performance today? Only if you, like, stop by before a certain time or something? Save 2. I really like the transformation of the town with the soldiers everywhere. Try to get some reputation recovery from this guy here. Oh, that guard sucks at aiming. Thought he was going to help me a little bit here. He gets the kill steal at the end. Okay, very good. I was about to be really mad. Alright, I got my reputation up a little bit.
Whose will was it that sent us to
Need
this
a few
place?
rifles. Personal needs. Don't you trust me? Self-defense. Thank you, that's generous of you. Would he actually give me 2 if I insisted? Or he'd yell at me for being greedy or something? Alright, let's go check on the Haruspex, then we'll double back and turn in these rifles. Oh wait, I'm about to walk into a dead end, aren't I? That was blocked! Arg! Scary orange sand plague ghost. Yeah, I figured if you mentioned the kid, you'd be like, no. So I'll end this with no rifle for myself, which I guess is fine. I have a revolver in an emergency, but I liked having a rifle because it seemed like it was an instant kill a lot of the time. Ah, shit. I was worried about that happening. We're about at time here, but I'm going to try to at least make it to the Haruspex so I can leave some notes for my future self. This game is on my voting spreadsheet, and it's currently at the top of the list. It's conceivable that it could lose the vote still if people are really inspired to outvote it on a cheap game. But it seems likely that we'll be playing this game until we beat it very soon. It's on the voting spreadsheet for Pathologic 1 Bachelor plus Haruspex campaigns. And then at some future date, we'll get a separate voting system entry for Pathologic 1 Changeling plus Pathologic 2, whatever the only campaign is on that. I think it's Haruspex on 2. We'll at least see the rest of this and all of the Haruspex playthrough in the coming weeks. This is exciting. This game is much easier to play without long gaps in between the sessions. If find this part of town to be the hardest to navigate. This place is called the Earth, I think. There's a lot of walls and... Really lucky walking right through that orange sand pest there. Don't set me on fire, please. I'm not a fan of being on fire. Oh, there are still the Molotov cocktail guys. Careful of looting when I might have a random rat chasing me. I think I'm definitely going to go over how long to beat. Likely primarily from that earlier reload where I realized how the infection system works and had to lose like an entire day of progress, but I'll take a look at the how long to beat for next episode and adjust it a little bit. The whole Mother Superior thing has strong, like, Suspiria vibes. The Italian horror movie. Haruspex is not here. Quest says he's here, though, right? Maybe there's someone to talk to here. A bunch of sick worms, it looks like. All look like dead ends. Nobody is talking. Can't talk to the worm guys. Like this game is never going to address what's up with the worm people. It says, yeah, there are worm people in this town. It's fine. Deal with it. Yeah, there's a weird eldritch non-Euclidean tower in the corner of town. It's fine. There's a strange needle-headed creature that drains your health when you stand near it. It's fine. What are you confused about? On the 3rd floor? I thought that was where the Mother Superior was. Oh, wait, that might be him. Yo! What's up, dog?
I'd give anything for a decent meal.
Aglaia Lilik has lost track of you. She asked me to tell you she was worried. Descended underground. Met with Foreman Oyen. He refuses to tell me what I want to hear. I have a suspicion he's a villain. Gonna go there again? Find something out for me. This is important because obviously I won't ever get inside. That's right. Friend told me the Avatar has underground passageways which explain the origin of the disease. Bacteria originated underground in the soil. Disease is dissolved in the ground, everywhere under our feet. Vlad the Younger claims otherwise. I suspect there's a sort of shaft or cavern under one of the buildings here. Some spot where this filth is built up. Cool. Okay, that's kind of neat. Messenger. Okay, so future Marstead, you've got one side quest left today, I think. I don't think there are any other ones. You want to go back and talk to the Inquisitor. The main quest is to bring 5 rifles to the children at the Polyhedron, which you have now. So I guess go talk to the Inquisitor and then bring the rifles over, and then I don't know what's going to happen after that, if it's going to force advance the day, like it kind of did the past 2 days. So read the Pathologic text file in the Future Marstead folder, and good luck to you. Thanks again, Raker, for, supporting this, having it on your voting system slot, and to everyone who has voted for it so far. This game is unlike anything I've ever played, and I think it's important that I, include it in the list of awesome games to play, because I assume it's going to be influential if it hasn't already influenced some games that are out there now.